It's a beautiful day for baseball. Finally, and live from Coors Field in Denver, Sportsnet LA presents the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Colorado Rockies in the rubber game of this three-game series. Hi again, everybody. Charlie Steiner, Oral Hershiser, and Nomar Garciaparra. The Dodgers hoping that, in fact, the sun has broken through. Climatologically, that is the case. Now, whether or not the Dodgers can win the rubber game of this three-game series, another issue, as their two top hitters, Nomar, are out of the lineup today.
Yeah, when you lose your table setter over there with D. Gordon at the top of the lineup, and then your best offensive threat in there on Yasiel Puig, and now you're going to ask a couple of minor league call-ups coming up, Jamie Romack and Miguel Rojas, making their first major league start here in their career. And as we can see what they've done down there in AAA, which was just the reason why they ended up getting called up. But what you're going to ask them to do is not only battle the anxiety in your first major league start, but you're also going to ask them to contribute going against one of the top offenses in the National League.
But the Dodgers will be trotting out one of the top pitchers in the league in Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah, Clayton Kershaw has been on his game. Coming off the game with the Chicago White Sox, he had amazing fastball command. And here in the Mile High City, he's going to need that fastball command and his slider, the top two pitches. The fastball needs to be located, and I think he'll try and use it in all four quadrants today, because I don't think public enemy number one will work that well at this altitude. So it's going to be mostly fastballs and sliders. We've seen Greinke attack this lineup like that. We've seen Ryu attack the lineup, but we need Kershaw to win this game.
So it's going to be a battle of left-handers today. Clayton Kershaw for the Dodgers, Jorge De La Rosa for the Rockies. Back with the lineups. First pitch, Dodgers and Rockies. Getaway day from Denver coming up next.
To lower downtown to Coors Field to take in the rubber match between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Colorado Rockies. Welcome inside Coors Field, everybody. I'm Alana Rizzo. As you just heard the guys discuss, Yasiel Puig and D. Gordon not in the starting lineup today after both men were removed yesterday with different hip issues. D. Gordon in the fourth and Yasiel Puig in the fifth inning. Talking to Stan Conti, the Vice President of Medical Services for the Dodgers. With D. Gordon specifically, it was too much irritation, basically joint inflammation in his right hip. They removed him for precautionary precautionary reasons, wanting to make sure it's just a day-to-day issue versus something that could be a longer issue. Yasiel Puig, more of a muscular concern with that left hip flexor. Again, a precautionary removal yesterday in the 5th inning, and making sure that they take their physical therapy treatments and making sure that it's not a huge issue. The silver lining, however, with the Yasiel Puig and D. Gordon injury, 2 guys getting their Major League Baseball starts. I'm talking about Jamie Romack, who gets the start in right field in place of Yasiel Puig, and Miguel Rojas, who will get the start at third base today. Both guys looking for their first Major League Baseball hit. After the break, Charlie Steiner, Oral Hershiser, and Nomar Garcia-Parra on the call. We'll be right back.
Looking to win the rubber game of this 3-game series, but they have had a rough patch of road lately, having gone 10-11 over the last 3 weeks, losing 7 of 10, and that heartbreaker in 10 innings yesterday afternoon. And this afternoon, as Rick Honeycutt stands alongside Don Mattingly, Mattingly is going to start today. 2 guys who have never made major league starts before. And here is the lineup that Mattingly has put together with Sean Figgins at second base. D. Gordon has the hip issue. They don't believe it's that serious. Again, it's cool, it's damp, and of course the altitude. So Gordon taking the day off. Ramirez batting second. Adrian Gonzalez batting third, and Adrian's in a slump, hitting at .249. Kemp, Van Slyke, and then Jamie Romack. Romack making his first big league start after 12 years as a minor leaguer. Miguel Rojas making his first major league start at third base. Drew Butera is the catcher. Clayton Kershaw is the pitcher. And there are the new kids in town. Jamie Romack on the left and Miguel Rojas on the right. It'll be Kershaw, of course, pitching and batting ninth. The Colorado Rockies, with their win yesterday, have lost 8 of their last 9, 10 of their last 11, and they are at 29-32, 11.5 games behind the Giants. The Dodgers begin this day 9.5 behind San Francisco and 10 in the loss column. A chilly day, as you can see, 61 degrees, and it feels actually much cooler than that as the Dodgers get ready to play. And after the game today, they head off to Cincinnati for a 4-game series with the Reds, and we'll be back on the air with you tomorrow at 4 o'clock Pacific time. But as the Rockies take the field, A difficult customer in Jorge De La Rosa taking the mound, making his 13th start of the year. A left-hander, and that's always been an issue for the Dodgers, certainly this year, and he is this afternoon's Honda starting pitcher.
Well, yeah, De La Rosa features a fastball, cutter, changeup predominantly. Will throw a slider and a curveball at you, and we saw those batting average for the Dodgers going over there when you have Clayton Kershaw having the highest batting average in that lineup over there in the ninth hole. But Kemp, Ramirez, and Gonzalez all have a batting average near 400 versus De La Rosa, and each of them with at least one home run versus the left-hander.
De La Rosa in his career against the Dodgers in 13 starts, 3 up, 8 down, and a 5.37 ERA. And here at Coors Field, the Dodgers have really enjoyed feasting on De La Rosa, where he is 2-4 with an ERA of 7.5. Overall, in his last 8 starts this year, De La Rosa has turned things around. A record of 6-1 and an ERA of just a shade over 2.
Yeah, I would expect our lineup to attack him with a line drive mentality. Nomar has talked about so much about getting the ball up and getting your vision up. And I'll tell you what, Sean Figgins has had an outstanding eye as this season has progressed and his swing has developed. But really getting De La Rosa to elevate the ball today and not getting on that sinker or that cutter down will be a key for the Dodgers.
Defensively behind De La Rosa this afternoon, DJ LeMahieu at third base and the incomparable Troy Tulowitzki at short. Josh Rutledge at second base and Ryan Wheeler, Southern California boy, starting at first. Blackman in left, Stubbs in center, Brandon Barnes, the walk-off hitting hero yesterday in right. Willeen Rosario back behind the plate. He has missed the past couple of games due to illness. John Figgins making his way into the batter's box. It'll be Figgins, Ramirez, and Adrian Gonzalez. And so D. Gordon, both Gordon and Puig might be available to pinch hit as the day wears on, but certainly not ready to start on this chilly Sunday afternoon. Figgins at 245. There's D. Gordon sitting next to Matt Kemp. Figgins, 245. 12 for 49 on the year. He has 12 base hits and 10 walks. There's D. Gordon, who's the second leading hitter on the team, behind Yasiel Puig, and Puig, of course, out with a hip issue as well. Ready to go. And we had some very heavy rain up until about an hour or so ago, and within the hour the tarp was removed and we're ready to play. 33-year-old Jorge De La Rosa, first pitch is a strike, and it's 0-1. Figgins, Ramirez, and Gonzalez to hit for the Dodgers here in the top half of the first. And so the bench today, Ethier and Gordon, left-handed hitters. Fedorovich with the 3-run home run yesterday. Puig and Turner from the right side. 0-1. De La Rosa delivers outside, and it's 1-1.
As Figgins' average has gone up and his swing has gotten better, his swing has gotten shorter, a lot more compact. See, the hands really stay within the core of the body now. He doesn't really separate as he goes to swing. It seems like the swing is right from like the back shoulder to the hitting area.
Here's the 1-1. Low and inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Figgins on the year 245, but from the right-hand side hitting just 176. De La Rosa, this is his 13th start of the year, a record of 6-4 and a 3 2/3 ERA. 2-1. 3-1.
That's the other thing that Figgins does very well. He's gotten on base with a lot of walks. You don't see that with the average at 245 coming in, but his on base percentage is much higher than that. And because he works counts like this, he knows what his job is, especially even coming in as a pinch hitter. He works the count every time.
A 383 on base percentage for Figgins, and there's a strike. 3-2. Game time temperature is officially 56 degrees. Humidity of 72%. This is the time of year where generally the humidity goes away. But rain all morning and a 40% chance of rain this afternoon. Figgins, his uncanny ability to draw a walk, begins the ball game.
Well, right from the beginning, putting pressure on the starting pitcher. You come out of the bullpen, you've got the national anthem, now you come out of the dugout, you get your 8 warm-ups, and now you face a guy that you know you have to throw strikes to and is pesky, and Figgins has done that throughout his career.
So Figgins is aboard, and Hanley Ramirez coming up. Ramirez yesterday 0 for 3 and 2 walks. He had 3 hits and 2 RBIs on Friday night. Adrian Gonzalez is on deck. Can't help but wonder if the Dodgers are going to be aggressive with Figgins at first base. Not going as Ramirez takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Rosario has thrown out 3 of 14 would-be base stealers. And Hanley has enjoyed facing De La Rosa. Outfield straightaway, stubbed slightly to left center. And it's inside. 1 ball, 1 strike to Hanley Ramirez.
Well, Hanley Ramirez has a couple of things going for him. Saw the success he's had against De La Rosa, and he also likes hitting here at Coors Field. He's one of the active leaders in batting average and on-base percentage and slugging percentage.
Has driven in 20 runs in his last 22 games. He had 4 in that 12-2 rout of the Pirates last week back at Dodger Stadium. Inside and low, and it's 2-1.
Going to see a lot of hard stuff today out of De La Rosa, with the fastball predominantly, and then the cut fastball, and then the secondary pitch is usually the slider. So the Dodgers, from a left-hander, their right-handed hitters are going to get mostly things that are working in towards them or straight.
2-1, short lead for Figgins. Throw over.
The way De La Rosa releases that ball, he kind of comes across his body when he releases it. His arm is almost like out away from his body, like a 3/4 angle as well. And with that slider, he likes to get that swing and miss, that back foot slider to those right-handers.
Dodgers this year are hitting just .208 against left-handed pitching. But over the course of their time against De La Rosa, Dodgers have won 8 of 11. Here's a 2-1. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, you see the Dodgers, the disparity, by the way, 269 righties, 208 lefties. That's the largest disparity for any club in the major leagues, right-handers against left-handers.
Any clue to why that's happening, Nomar? You're a great right-handed hitter. You own lefties.
You know, it's really hard to just put it into context why the Dodgers have been struggling.
The 2-2. Ball 3.
A lot of times you see great fastball hitters that are struggling with that left-handed changeup and rolling over it, but it's not like we faced a lot of changeup experts.
No, you haven't, but I think there's a lot of disparity in offensive numbers, not just from righties, lefties of the Dodgers, but run scoring, when wins and losses as well. You really can't put your finger on it. It's one where it just hasn't been consistent all the way through.
See if Figgins goes on 3-2. He does. The pitch is low and inside. Ball 4, and the Dodgers get a gift from De La Rosa. Back-to-back walks to begin the game, and Adrian Gonzalez coming up. Walt Weiss's pitching has been a big issue. Their collective ERA, 4.54, ranking dead last in the National League. Their starters have a 4 2/3 ERA, which ranks them 14th, and this Rockies team has the top offense in the league by far. So here's Adrian Gonzalez, and boy, is he ever slumping. Hitless in his last 9 at-bats here in Colorado.
He's had some nice situations. Yesterday he had first and second his last 3 at-bats, and he went strikeout, ground out to second, and ground out back to the pitcher.
Hasn't had a hit in 4 consecutive games. Only the 12th time in his 10-year career has he gone hitless in 4 consecutive. He's not gone hitless in 5 straight since 2006. So that's the kind of slump that Gonzalez is dealing with, outside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. But put it into perspective, Adrian Gonzalez, it is 10 years, a career average of 294, averaging 29 home runs and 103 runs batted in, 38 doubles, and a 366 on base percentage.
Those kind of numbers give you confidence that it is a slump, but he will be out of it. He'll be out of it with vengeance. Like I said yesterday, that of all the big guys that go into slumps, this is the one that I least worry about as far as approach and understanding how to get out of it.
Gonzalez, throughout his career, has been terrific with runners in scoring position. This year, down to 271 in the clutch.
Well, I'll tell you, whenever I was in a slump, I actually liked coming up when I had situations like this, say first and second and nobody out, because now it wasn't about me just trying to get that hit. I'm going, okay, if I focus on hitting it to the right side, it might put myself in a better hitting position. Also, even if I happen to make an out, if I get the runners over, there's something positive I can take away from it. And that's where Gonzalez is in that situation right now.
2 balls and no strikes, 2 on, nobody out in the first. 2-1. Gonzalez, through his career, has been pretty good against left-handed pitching. But he, like so many of the Dodgers, has struggled against southpaws this year, hitting .169. That's Figgins at second and Ramirez at first. Back-to-back walks here in the first inning. Gonzalez sitting on a 2-1 count with Matt Kemp on deck. And already 15 pitches have been thrown by De La Rosa. 2-2.
The last 2 pitches are 2 pitches that Adrian normally hammers. When he's following them back, that's got to be a symptom of a slump.
Yeah, that's frustrating. That means you're off just by a little bit, and your barrel of your bat is just slightly down. It's not at the correct angle that you want it. And it's frustrating for you as a hitter. You really are battling with yourself, knowing that you're struggling, and those are the pitches you usually hit. Everybody wants to focus on the one that the strikeout or that strikeout pitch, whatever it may be, and it's actually the ones you fouled off you normally don't.
2-2. 3-2.
Interesting call for Don Mattingly here. Does he start Sean Figgins with Adrian Gonzalez? Normally very good at contact in these situations and reading the strike zone. You want to be aggressive here with this lineup that he has out there today, which does not have a lot of firepower except for maybe through the 2 through the 5 hole.
Gonzalez 0 for 17 and 1 for his last 24. So do the Dodgers get aggressive? Or would it be reckless? Or conservative? Conservative, and he strikes out. Gonzalez strikes out for the 45th time this season, and Matt Kemp is coming up.
Well, we go back, as I mentioned, it's not so much the last pitch. You're going, okay, well, he's already got 2 strikes. Is this the one that really gets you that strikeout? It's the pitches before that he fouls off that put you in this situation, and this is not very Adrian Gonzalez like, missing a pitch like that. Usually, at least, even if there was a tough pitch on the outer corner, he's one of those that can at least foul that pitch off, and he was unable to make contact.
That's the first out, and Matt Kemp coming up. Kemp yesterday, a walk, single, triple. Really, turning point of the game yesterday was the leadoff triple for Kemp in the 8th inning. But Ethier, Turner, and Fedorovich would ground out, and the lead run would be stranded, giving Colorado the chance to win in the bottom of the 10th.
The other thing, too, right now, watching Matt Kemp's day yesterday, I was just really impressed with, the triple he hit to lead off that inning. That was a ball in that he actually got the barrel out and turned and hit to left center, as compared to really trying to stay inside it and hit it to right center. So that just shows his confidence he has in his swing right now, and hopefully that continues today.
5 home runs, 16 runs batted in for Kemp as De La Rosa steps off the rubber. Kemp in his career .290 with 27 home runs. Dodgers with a threat here in the first. Here goes Figgins. The throw down to third base, and it's not in time. Sean Figgins with a stolen base.
Two things I like in that stolen base. One, Sean Figgins doing it early in the first 2 pitches for Matt Kemp taking that to let him go there. But the bad thing is Hanley Ramirez has to be aware there and also go ahead and steal and get to second base. I mean, that's one where you run with your head up. Because if he goes, you have to be there.
Walt Weiss now thinking about the possibility of a replay as he talks to third base umpire Alan Porter. All the while looking into the Rocky dugout, whether to get a thumbs up or thumbs down, and whether or not there's going to be a replay, and apparently there will be. Alan Porter, fourth-year manager out of Philadelphia, fourth-year umpire out of Philadelphia. He's 36.
Well, here's an even more important why Hanley Ramirez needed to be on second base there. Because listen, you get an official replay here, and that's pretty close there. And I don't know if that's enough. Or do you think he gets him there? You think that foot might have got there before that tag?
I think he's still safe.
Yeah, I think so. I think
the
so.
Toe gets on there.
But this is just an example. You got to be ready to go to second base. That guy's taking off. You're always looking at the lead runner. If he takes off, you have to go. Especially now, even though he's safe. And if they overturn this and they call him out, we don't have anybody in scoring position.
And I love the fact that Sean Figgins is using the pop-up slide, but he does it with a fully extended leg and doesn't pop up in front of the base. We see that so much with base stealers that they use the pop-up slide, but they stop almost short of the bag and get tagged out on those close plays like this one.
Alan Porter, who made the call, and the crew chief, Dale Scott, talking to the folks in New York.
Like he's just barely there.
Even at that angle, I think he's in there.
I don't see how it's convincing to reverse it.
But you never know.
Dan Iasonia is the third man in the scrum. It looked like he got the foot in and the tag was on the shin.
Yep. Well, they have to discuss more here, and I wonder what they're discussing after that.
Looks like they're kind of pulling back their appeal. Yeah.
All right, so the stolen base is complete. Walt Weiss is walking out. And he wants further explanation, apparently. Well, you can't argue once the replay has been assessed.
Yeah,
I think it's a discussion on whether Walt really asked for the replay or not.
That might be, yeah. So if he's that's exactly.
And he's about to lose his challenge.
I wonder if that's the challenge, or also if he was wondering if Matt Kemp might interfere with the catcher or anything like that as well. Because I thought Matt Kemp took it, but he ended up swinging through that ball and ended up, if he fell in front of the plate. So who knows?
It took 1 minute and 55 seconds to watch the replay. It looks like another 1 minute and 55 to review the review. Well, the conversation is finally complete.
There's no interference there, so that's not an issue. That was fine. So he's behind. So I wonder if it goes back to maybe saying, did I lose my appeal? Or did I really appeal that? Or was that your umpire's decision to go check out the replay?
Well, the Dodgers have first and third with 1 out and a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Matt Kemp. 50-year-old Walt Weiss from Westchester, New York. Played with the Rockies, the A's, the Braves. A solid career and a solid shortstop. So 1-1 to Kemp. 5 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Rosario does a nice job to keep it in front of him. Saves the Rockies a run.
Well, Oral, I preach situational hitting all the time, and this is a big situation, especially coming off the loss yesterday, because that one gave momentum back to Colorado. I thought they were down and dumps, losing 8 straight. Dodgers did a great job coming back over there and getting the lead in the 7th inning, and then Colorado ended up winning. And well, here's a chance to just jump on there and try to take a little bit of wind out of their sail.
2-1. Well, that's some wind out of the sail. That's going to be a base hit. Figgins will score, and it's going to roll to the wall. Ramirez will score. Kemp is on his way to third. The throw will not get there. So Matt Kemp with a 3-base hit, knocking in Figgins and Ramirez, and the Dodgers take a 2-0 lead.
Same approach on the ball he hit yesterday, Nomar.
So we just talked about that, huh? The ball on the inner half. This one he didn't try to really force himself to stay in it. He's getting the barrel out in front there to drive that ball to left center. It's an excellent piece of hitting by Matt Kemp. And gosh, Matt Kemp looked like he tripped a little bit around first. I don't know if he was looking at the ball, and hope he got the inside. They're not worried. I wonder if they're even thinking about appealing there, but
looked like he got the corner of the bag, but it was an awkward turn.
Second triple in as many games. Let's see what they're going to do about first base. Safe.
You saw it too. But you saw his eyes out towards the outfield, picking up the ball going by the center fielder. So that's really threw his steps off going into first.
Rockies bring the infield in for Scott Van Slyke, who takes a strike, 0-1. Van Slyke getting the start in center field today. Ethier has had trouble with left-handed pitching and is having trouble with his back. So on this chilly Sunday afternoon, Ethier with the afternoon off and Van Slyke getting the start. So De La Rosa creates some trouble for himself, walking the first 2 batters after Gonzalez struck out. Kemp tripled home Figgins and Ramirez. Dodgers 24-10 when they score first this year, as Van Slyke 0-2.
Matt Kemp had the triple yesterday and got stranded. Van Slyke not wanting to strand him here. The Dodgers did a great job in this inning, capitalizing on the 2 walks.
And Kemp delivering. On 0-2, Matt leads from third, and Van Slyke takes just under the knees. Jamie Romack on deck, Miguel Rojas to follow. Both Romack and Rojas are each looking for their first major league hit. Terra follows them. The 1-2. At the moment, there's absolutely no wind to speak of here in Denver. We had gale force winds and thunderstorms just about an hour or 2 ago. But there is a 40% chance of rain as the afternoon wears on. De La Rosa all ready to throw his 27th pitch of the inning, and there's but 1 out. Rosario blocks the ball, and that's a 2nd run he saved.
De La Rosa's rhythm is just not even present. He is throwing the ball sometimes before his front foot lands. That's what forces him to kind of spike that ball there. The body just fires and the arm just comes through too quick. You have no command at all. So when he's throwing a strike right now, I'll bet you he has no idea how to repeat the last delivery. He is just out of sorts, hoping and guessing to find rhythm.
2-2. Van Slyke takes away 3-2.
A lot of times when a guy's having trouble finding the strike zone, as a catcher or a pitching coach, you want to call more breaking balls so that they slow down a little bit, get the rhythm, get their arm out in front, because that with your breaking ball you feel like, but in this altitude up here the ball doesn't break real well. And so now you're in a catch-22 because to call the secondary stuff, it just doesn't work as well here.
3-2 to Van Slyke. 2 out.
They didn't call the slider or the curveball, but he got him with the changeup. And that'll slow you down and back you off a little bit and think about pitching, not throwing. When it's all fastballs and it's harder, and you're thinking, oh, I got to go hard, and you become a bull in a china shop. Pull the string a little bit and finesse yourself back into some rhythm.
reasons Greg Maddux made it to the Hall of Fame. Whenever he got into trouble, he took more off instead of putting more on. And here's Jamie Romack looking for his first big league hit.
Well, this would be a good time for it, especially get your first big league hit, first RBI out of the way, and get some more run support for that man right there before he has to take the mound.
Kershaw awaiting his 8th start of the year. So De La Rosa has had trouble with his control here in the first inning. As a result, 30 pitches, only 14 of them for strikes. There's a strike on the outside corner, 0-2.
Umpire giving De La Rosa that call because you saw Rosario lined up on the inner half. That one fell over the outer half, and when you see the catcher kind of reach across his body and still get the call.
Trip Gibson, the home plate umpire. 0-2, and Romack takes high and away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 12 years it took Romack to make it to the major leagues, and Miguel Rojas making his first big league start this afternoon over at third base.
With these two hitting back to back, it feels a little bit like Glendale in spring training.
Here's the 1-2. 2-2. Justin Turner getting the day off today. Romack starting in right field. What with the injury to Puig. Ethier's got a bad back. There's Turner, who's done a terrific job, while Juan Uribe is nursing that hamstring. The 2-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Nice discipline from an 0-2 count to bring it back to 3-2.
And that was a really good take right there by Romack, because that was a tough pitch. That's one that's really tough to lay off. You're thinking it's going to hit the bottom of the strike zone, trying to protect the plate there, and lays off of it.
De La Rosa has gone full to 5 batters for the Dodgers this first inning alone. And call strike 3. Romack is done. So are the Dodgers, but they come up with 2 runs and 1 big base hit. A triple by Matt Kemp. So Clayton Kershaw's got a couple of runs to work with, as Kemp with his 2nd triple in as many games. Scored 2 in the top of the first. Now it's the Rockies' turn to hit, and here's the lineup that Walt Weiss has put together. Charlie Blackmon will lead it off, and it was Brandon Barnes who didn't start the game yesterday, but he finished it with that walk-off triple. Tulowitzki, the major league's leading hitter. Willen Rosario has been sick the last couple of days, back in the saddle in the cleanup spot. Stubbs, Rutledge, Wheeler, LeMahieu, and Jorge De La Rosa. And this afternoon's Honda starting pitcher for the Dodgers, the incomparable Clayton Kershaw.
Well, the definition of what he is supposed to do today is right in front of him. The lineup is slightly anemic with a couple rookies in there. Clayton Kershaw has the highest batting average of everybody that's in the starting lineup, and he is the ace of the staff coming off a great outing. The mantle and the mission is his.
As Blackmon leads it off. Blackmon at 3:05. Takes low and outside, 1 ball, no strikes. The good news is, from the Dodger point of view, they came up with a couple of runs in the first inning, and De La Rosa threw 35 pitches. The bad news is that Kershaw sat on the bench watching for nearly a half hour. 25 minutes and 32 seconds to be precise.
I just hope that he gets that same strike zone that De La Rosa had that last inning. It looked like the home plate umpire kind of helped him out of that one, especially against that at bat against Romack.
2-0 to Blackmon. There's a strike.
When you sit for 25-30 minutes, it's probably about 10 to 15 minutes more than normal. You would hope your offense could hit for 10 to 12 minutes.
Here's a 2-1. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He didn't look too worried on the bench in between innings as he watched the offense there. He was just sitting on the bench watching and resting, so it wasn't about stretching and getting stiff.
2-2 with Barnes on deck and Tulowitzki to follow. Well, 25 minutes, so what? Brandon Barnes with a walk-off triple yesterday afternoon. Rewarded with a start and right today.
Yeah, with that triple, as I mentioned, there was a man on first base, Justin Morneau, and it was just out of the reach of Andre Ethier, hits off the wall, and that was the end of the game.
Barnes at 312 pops it foul off to the right. Has 34 hits and 109 at bats. Barnes, Southern California, born and raised. Born in Orange, lives in Anaheim. And he came over from the Astros in the deal that sent Dexter Fowler to Houston. Graduate of Catella High School in Anaheim. There's 1 and 2. Home folks got a chance to see Barnes with the walk-off heroics yesterday. Tulowitzki on deck. Call strike 3. So Kershaw strikes out the first 2 batters of the day. A look at the Dodger defense behind Kershaw this afternoon, with Kemp and Van Slyke and Jamie Romack making his big league debut as a starter in right. Similarly, Rojas at third base, Ramirez at short, Figgins at second, replacing the injured D. Gordon, Adrian Gonzalez at first, and behind the plate, Drew Butera. And here is Tulowitzki, who has been the best hitter in the game this year, hitting .360. 73 hits, 4th in the National League, 2nd with 16 home runs, 4th with 41 RBIs, and he narrowly misses a double.
And what a smart hitter, jumping on that first pitch fastball, watching Kershaw strike out the first 2 hitters with fastballs and attacking with that pitch, and just went up there and said, if you elevate it, I'm hacking. It's like the guy right next to us, Charlie.
Well, as you're watching the game, you see that Kershaw was getting ahead of the first 2 guys. He's throwing strikes. So, and you know he just struck out the guys in front of you. You're like, why am I going to wait around and say, oh, you know what, I'll give him a strike?
2 of the game's best, Clayton Kershaw and Troy Tulowitzki. Under the knees. Tulowitzki, among all the other numbers, has scored more runs than anybody else this season. 50. 2nd in the league runners in scoring position. On and on and on. Home run distance, but well fouled.
And that's another reason why he scored a lot of runs. He's knocking himself in, too.
He has scored 50 and knocked in 41. And of the 41 he has knocked in, they've come with 16 home runs. Tulowitzki, career average of 295. And so he's now 65 points over his career average. But Kershaw gets him and strikes out the side. Clayton Kershaw has 58 strikeouts on the year, only 7 walks. He gets Blackman swinging. And Barnes looking. And Tulowitzki watching. Nothing across. We go to the second. To the game, and Time Warner customers, Sportsnet LA is moving to a permanent home on channel 319. Don't miss a minute of the action as we bring you all things Dodgers. For new TWC channel listings and more information, visit twc.com/mychannels. So Kershaw, 13 pitches, 9 strikes, and the Rockies couldn't put the ball in play. Miguel Rojas leads off for the Dodgers as we head to the second. And one can only imagine what's going through his head and heart at the moment. His major league starting debut. And he takes under the knees, 1 ball and no strikes. First big league at bat. Solid defender, and wouldn't you know it, the first ball hit to him, he dropped it yesterday. Clears the bunt and takes it back.
How about that? Your first major league at bat, and you're looking, okay, if they're playing me deep, I'll square around and bunt. I'm trying to figure out how to get on base here. I'm the leadoff runner in this inning. I like that.
Rojas was solid at AAA, where he was hitting .302 with 4 home runs. He takes a strike, and it's 2-1.
He was riding an 8-game hitting streak prior to his call-up, and during that hitting streak, that's where he had his 4 home runs.
So here he is on 2-1. To right, slicing toward the corner, and it's going to be caught by Brandon Barnes. First out of the second inning. Brings up Drew Butera. Had the day off yesterday, Fedorovich gave him a breather and responded with a 3-run home run. FedEx did. Butera a couple of home runs and 11 runs batted in. Dodgers with a 2-0 lead on Kemp's triple in the first inning. And De La Rosa delivers a strike. De La Rosa really struggled in the first inning. 35 pitches. And 5 of the 6 batters he faced at full count. So it would appear, Oral, that De La Rosa has found what was missing.
He's a little better from the windup right now. Most of the last inning was pitched from the stretch, where he really was struggling with his rhythm.
Four strikeouts for De La Rosa, 2 out, nobody on. De La Rosa making his 13th start of the year, record of 6-4, ERA of about 3 2/3. Now has 52 strikeouts in 68 innings. And Kershaw at 267 takes a strike, 0-1. Has the highest batting average of any Dodger hitter today.
He is the whole package today. Probably kiddingly said something to Don Mattingly about where he's hitting in the order.
How am I not hitting 4th? Why can I not be hitting 4th?
Hit me 9th.
Well, Puig, of course, is sidelined. Turner the day off. Gonzalez slumping. Puig and Gordon are the top 2 hitters in terms of batting average for the Dodgers.
The Dodger hitters cannot hide from the batting average that Kershaw is the highest one, and the left field scoreboard, which is the biggest piece of machinery here. They've got it right in their face.
Figgins on deck, 2 out, nobody on. Second inning, 2-0 Dodgers. And that'll end the inning. 5 strikeouts for De La Rosa, who struggled through the first and sailed through the second. Meanwhile, Kershaw will be facing Rosario, Stubbs, and Rutledge as we go to the bottom of the second.
Rockies as we make our way to the bottom of the second inning, and you always hear managers and players talk about how injuries are part of the game, especially in a 162 game season. So it got me thinking about how many injuries the Dodgers have had this year. It seems like a lot, but when you compare it to this time last year through 62 games, it's actually, we're in better shape. You can take a look at the cold hard facts brought to you by Coors Light. Player days spent on the DL, fewer days this year with 439. Total assignments on the DL, 6 fewer in 2014 than last year, 2013. and 2 fewer players have actually been assigned to the disabled list. So through 62 games, while it may seem extremely dramatic, we're actually in better shape this year than we were last year. A.J. Ellis, the Dodgers starting catcher, running the bases today earlier with Stan Conti. He is on the mend. They still think that he's going to be out at least another week, if not longer. There you can see him with Stan Conti running the bases. They're trying to make sure that he could have the quick movement and put pressure on that sprained ankle. Carl Crawford certainly making progress. And, of course, Juan Uribe, who is a big part of this Dodger team, still nursing that hamstring issue. Hopefully getting these guys on the mend. Gentlemen.
There's Juan Uribe. Talk about the DL. Let's not forget, Hanley Ramirez missed virtually all of the season until June the 4th of last year. So that caused the Dodgers quite a bit of time and trouble. And William Rosario singles to center to begin the second inning. Special day today around Major League Baseball as a melanoma survivor himself. Bud Selig has made it an annual priority to spread the message about skin cancer prevention and detection through the Play Sun Smart program, a 16-year partnership between Major League Baseball and the American Academy of Dermatology. The Play Sun Smart program shares important tips for fans as they enjoy baseball around Major League Baseball and also while playing the game themselves. Drew Stubbs takes a ball low, 1 ball and no strikes. Don't forget to apply sunscreen and wear a hat and sunglasses whenever you're outdoors. Major League Baseball and the AAD want fans to know that they should, most importantly, check their own skin regularly and report any change to a board-certified dermatologist. For more information, go to playsunsmart.org. 1 ball, 1 strike to Stubbs. 4 home runs and 13 runs batted in. Stubbs had a solid day yesterday, 2 for 4, runs scored. Two and one.
When Stubbs is on his game, he is one of the more fun players to watch. The speed is there, the arm strength, the range in the outfield. He's got thunder in his bat when he squares it up.
The issue he has had throughout his career, he strikes out too much. He used to drive Dusty Baker crazy when Baker was his manager in Cincinnati. But he's got the skills and great speed. 2-2.
He needs to call you Nomar in the offseason.
So you tell him don't strike out much.
Needs to go hit with Nomar. Teach him a few things.
Struck out 205 times in 2011 and 604 at-bats.
I'm really surprised you don't get more calls from guys like this that have outstanding ability but have trouble making contact. I know you can't tell us all your secret phone calls from people.
No, I can't.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Stubbs. And therein lies his dilemma. 4th strikeout of the game for Kershaw. It's the first out of the second.
We're talking about that. You're talking about guys who maybe strike out a lot, but isn't that the way the game is kind of going? You're seeing more and more of these guys taking pitches like that, getting to positions, swinging, and like it's okay. Like, oh, as long as I'm putting up these other numbers, strikeouts are okay. I don't agree with that. I never liked walking back to the dugout.
It seems like strikeouts from an offensive point of view have become discounted.
Yeah, and
Josh Rutledge takes a strike.
And I just disagree with that. I mean, there were times where I thought when I had a guy in scoring position late in the game, it might be the tying run, 1st and 2nd. I can't go for a ball low. If they paint it and they strike me out, down, but I'm going to stay with my plan. I have to tip my hat because I have to give the guy behind me a chance. I didn't want to hit into a double play to get out of it. Moments like that, not that I'm looking to strike out, but I'm not going to steer away from my plan. I'm not going to expand my zone because of that situation. But other than that, I couldn't stand it. I wanted to put the ball in play. If you make the play, great, but I'm going to put some pressure on the defense. Something, they might miss it. They might throw it away. Something might happen. But with a strikeout, the only thing that happens is you walking over there and putting your bat in your back crack and sitting down. You should feel disgusted with yourself.
Rutledge is 10 for 35 this year. Just outside. You put the ball in play, something can happen. You don't, nothing.
Right. Well, what do they say? Well, if you pop the ball, you hit the ball in the air, only one thing has to happen to be out, catch it. You hit the ball on the ground, guy has to make the play, he has to make the throw, the other guy has to catch it, all that stuff. Well, if you strike out, none of that even has to happen.
Here's the 1-2. Line past Gonzalez into right field. Rosario will go to third. Womack retreats or turns it into the infield, and the Rockies have first and third and nobody out.
Well, Rutledge definitely didn't strike out here. He did an excellent job getting the ball in the outer half. The ball was a little bit up, but at the same time, he stayed with it and drove it over to right field.
And so the Rockies are threatening. The skies are more than threatening. It is raining again. And we had heavy rain through the late morning into the early afternoon here in Denver. And we were told it's going to be about a 4 in 10 chance of rain through the balance of the day. Well, here's one of those 4. Ryan Wheeler, also a Southern California product. Out of Torrance. The baseball gods take a dim view on getaway days. It always seems to rain. It is now, and it's chilly to boot. Foul off to the left and out of play.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Charlie. It seems like on getaway days, it's either rain, or if it's a beautiful day, it's that extra inning game.
And we had that one in Minnesota, 12 innings, 5 hours and 11 minutes. And it was the daily double. So here we are on this Sunday afternoon in Colorado. Here's the 1-1. Wheeler swings and misses. 1-2.
Kershaw has struck out 4 to this point in the game, and he would love it right here with first and third and 1 out and a left-hander at the plate with that 1-2 count to put him away in the next pitch or two. Save that scratch run over there at third.
While some folks are going under the overhangs, others are toughing it out in their rain slickers and umbrellas. Rockies had that 8-game losing streak come to an end yesterday. And the Dodgers looking to win this getaway day game and the rubber game of the series. As Kershaw strikes out Wheeler, that's the 5th strikeout of the game for Clayton. 2 gone, and LeMahieu coming up.
5 strikeouts for Clayton, and that's the biggest one of the day right there to possibly save that run on third. We've only seen public enemy number 1, the curveball, once, just to steal a strike at this altitude. Not throwing many of those, but that was a very good slider.
They're playing in the 3rd inning in San Francisco. The Mets had a 2-0 lead, but not for long. Giants lead 3-2. Lincecum going for him against Zach Wheeler. A swing and a miss. 0-1 to LeMahieu. Starting over at third base, Arenado, of course, on the disabled list with the thumb. And he's going to be out a while since. He went down about 3 weeks ago. One ball, one strike. Kershaw has had 2 strikes on every batter he has faced this afternoon. with the exception of Willian Rosario, who singled on the first pitch. Clayton has struck out 5, hasn't walked anybody. The Dodgers lead 2-0. Another batter with 2 strikes.
We saw the second curveball today, and he did a really nice job getting that one started and biting down. I commented to Nomar that what you don't see here in Colorado because of the altitude and how hard it is to make the ball break is you don't see a lot of those big-time fooled swings that major league hitters will get when guys have outstanding split fingers or outstanding sliders or outstanding curveballs, because the ball just doesn't have the finish here or even the size of the break.
1 ball, 2 strikes to DJ LeMahieu. 2-2. Kershaw now at 31 pitches.
Well, this is that big pitch you always talk about with Oral, that 2-2 with a man on first, because you don't want to get to 3-2 and have him running, getting a running start.
Got him. So Kershaw strikes out the side in the first and strikes out the side in the second. After a Rosario single, Stubbs would strike out. Wheeler would strike out, and LeMahieu would strike out. 6 strikeouts for Kershaw through 2. Dodgers 2-0. Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda. Now at your Honda dealer. Nothing sunny about this Sunday afternoon in Denver. A steady drizzle now falling. We had heavy rain showers just until about an hour before the game today. As we go to the 3rd inning, it'll be the top of the order for the Dodgers. Sean Figgins, Hanley Ramirez, and Adrian Gonzalez against Jorge De La Rosa, who really struggled in the 1st inning, but has retired the last 5 batters in a row, and 4 of the 5 by way of strikeout. When he retired the Dodgers in order in the 2nd inning, it was just the 2nd time in the series that the Dodgers went down 1-2-3, and that was in the 1st inning yesterday. Friday night, the Dodgers had runners aboard in every inning. Dodgers won Friday night 7-2. Lost the heartbreaker 5-4 in 10 yesterday, and you could see the rain coming down as Figgins takes a strike. Sean walked in his first at-bat, stole a base. He and Ramirez walked and would come around on Kemp's triple. Foul back and out of place. The way this rain is coming down, you get the feeling that the groundskeepers are going to go to work soon, which is not good news for Clayton Kershaw.
I was thinking that right now, especially watching Clayton on the hill.
He's got an outstanding rhythm, 6 strikeouts. He's on a roll. He's got a 2-0 lead in a game where really the game is on his shoulders.
And we remember back when the Dodgers were in Washington. A 3-hour and 14-minute rain delay in the game that Greinke pitched. Washington would win that game 4-0. And that would be the first of just 2 losses for Greinke, who couldn't return, obviously, after a 3-hour and 14-minute delay.
I mean, Orioles, you've been in Clayton Kershaw's shoes, especially after that tough loss yesterday for the Dodgers. You win the first game. Do you feel like the weight, like this is on your shoulders? This is your game to win?
Yeah, I looked forward to the responsibility when people started talking about, hey, we need this one. Hey, we need 7 innings out of you, the bullpen shot, or we need you to go as far as you can go, big fella. I loved it when the bar got raised like that. I feel like you can come to the rescue. You also feel like there's a lot easier to get your focus on what your intent was that day. And as we saw, like with Clayton Kershaw, when he came back from the DL, the focus he had of throwing first pitch strikes and attacking the hitters, because he knew he was on a pitch count, and he knew he wanted to go deep into the game, and he knew the bullpen was shot, and he was not able to fulfill his role for so long because he was hurt. And it was just fantastic to see that intensity and that focus come out of him, and that's what he's got here today.
Figgins on 2-2 into center field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. So Sean Figgins with the leadoff single to center. Figgins with an on-base percentage now of something around 400. Walked and scored, and his first at-bat leads off with a single to center here in the 3rd. Now here's Hanley Ramirez, who also walked in his first at-bat. De La Rosa, who really struggled in the first inning and retired the Dodgers in order on 11 pitches in the 2nd, surrenders a leadoff hit to Figgins. And a fly ball off to left. Hooking, foul, and out of play.
One thing that could be running through Clayton Kershaw's mind is back on May 23rd when he had that 43-minute rain delay, where after the game he ended up going 6 innings and coming back after that delay. But he said, I felt like I could have went 8 or 9, but I could only go 6 because your body starts to tighten up. And every time you have one of those little throwing sessions underneath when you're waiting in the rain delay, which is about every 15 to 20 minutes to try and stay loose, you feel like it's taking an inning out of your body. Well, I'm sure he's trying to stay focused on the present tense right now.
You see the rain is coming down seriously.
Well, Oral, if they happen to have a delay, how intense are you throwing underneath if you have an opportunity? Is it?
You didn't throw full bore, but you just pretty much played a little catch, maybe 10 or 15 tosses, and then maybe threw a couple from the mound, 2 or 3 pitches, but not full strength. Just trying to keep all the parts loose and limbered up, and then you just go back to maybe riding a stationary bike at a gentle speed to keep your body temperature up, maybe sitting at your locker and laying on the floor in a position where your back won't stiffen up. Kind of like when Larry Bird used to play. We'd watch him go over and rest and lay on the floor with his knees up.
1-1 to Hanley Ramirez. 2-1. Ball dropped. Throw to second base. Out.
You know what's interesting, Oral, is that looked like that pop-up slide you talked about where he went in on third in the last stolen base, went in hard and hit the bag and then popped up. He might have popped up before hitting the bag on this one. I thought he did an excellent job reading that ball into the dirt. But right here, there's that pop-up, and it slowed him down.
I think the stickiness of the dirt right now from all the rain we've had, he didn't expect to stick like that.
Yep,
and that's stuck right in there.
And that was the difference.
Yep. His knee, his left knee tucked under, really stuck in the dirt on him, and he did not get a good slide at all.
So Figgins sticks the landing.
Yep. And at first, I thought he got a tremendous jump there. Good job reading the trajectory of that ball into the dirt.
Off to the right, Rosario and Wheeler, and neither.
What a great opportunity here for Hanley Ramirez. Them unable to come up with this foul ball, miscommunication over there, and nobody gets a glove on it to hopefully take advantage of it and make them pay. See both of them going after it, and that was definitely Rosario's ball there. And then you kind of here, your first baseman. And
it's just ugly baseball.
Yeah.
And you think about a team that has lost 8 in a row, and we let them up off the deck yesterday. They could really be on a downward spiral, down 2-0 to Clayton.
Ramirez down on strikes for De La Rosa. That's his 6th strikeout, 2 out and nobody on.
Rosario looked like he thought that was the 3rd out there for a second, and they're like, nope, you got to throw that ball around. It's only 2.
Groundskeepers are getting ready to
put the diamond dry ready,
do some work. The rain has come as no surprise to anybody. It's been in the forecast, and we had a heavy dousing about 11 o'clock this morning local time, about 11 to 1. Dodgers next come to Colorado the 4th of July weekend. Now the 1-0 to Gonzalez. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Gonzalez struck out with 1st and 2nd, nobody out in the 1st, extending his hitless streak to 18 at-bats, and he's won for his last 25.
Had 8 base runners on his last 4 at-bats. Where is he mentally, Nomar? Where are you when you're a hitter like this in this kind of slump?
You know what? You've always heard me preach about feel. You're just trying to feel that comfort in the box. You're trying to feel that your timing is right. Those are the things you're trying to at least square something up. And just focused on that, and hopefully something positive happens. And I told you that we talked about where managers move you in the lineup up and down, and what that means for less at bats or more at bats, whatever it may be. Because, and I was saying, well, when you move down a lineup, it's about pressure. When you're struggling, you always seem to be with runners on base or something, or the base is loaded. You're going, great. Pressure situation, I'm not feeling good at the plate. This is what I have to deal with.
3-2.
Well, you talking about feel leads to a negative phrase that you hear about hitters, which is he's feeling for it.
Yeah, and feeling for it means feeling for the ball. That's what they're saying. Well, he's like, you're out in front trying to feel for it and catch it rather than just let it go. But I'm talking about the feeling of when letting the ball get to you, that I can trust my hands, that I'm feeling to be able to square it up, the feeling of confidence when I'm in the box.
3-2 to Gonzalez with 2 out.
See, this is what's This is the most frustrating as a hitter when you're struggling, is the foul balls. And when we'll go over and we'll go, well, here's he's struggling. We'll show that last pitch where he may be striking out or rolling over or popping up and everything. That's the pitch we're always showing as he's struggling. It's not that. It's the one that's getting to this like that. That last pitch is the one he usually drives.
Again on 3-2, the 70th pitch. One on a miss, strike 3. 64th pitch. Anyway, 7 strikeouts for De La Rosa, and Gonzalez's miseries continue, and the groundskeepers are going to go to work. have been busy. Next Sunday, Father's Day. Come spend it with Dad at Dodger Stadium when the Dodgers take on the Diamondbacks at 1:10. First 40,000 fans in attendance will receive a sports bag. And after the game, dads and their families are invited onto the field to play a game of catch. All compliments of Avita Water. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Kershaw has 6 strikeouts. First 2 innings, he has struck out everybody except for a Rosario single and a Rutledge single. And De La Rosa struggled in the first inning and has settled down ever since. In fact, De La Rosa will lead off in the bottom of the 3rd and take a strike. It's 0-1. It'll be De La Rosa, Blackmon, and Barnes. No balls and 2 strikes.
We've had 15 outs in the game and 13 via the strikeout. And with an 0-2 count here, we've got a chance for 14 out of 16.
To third base, Miguel Rojas throws a strike to Adrian Gonzalez.
His fielding percentage just went up 500 points.
We were talking about that. You know, that first one.
You made him feel better, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, you know, he bobbles that first ball hit to him. He gets in there, defensive replacement. He gets kind of a soft liner to them that actually knuckled on him, and he makes an error. And then I talked to him later and said, listen, I bobbled the very first ball hit to me too in the big leagues. And he's like, well, that made me feel a little better. And now that you make a play, that relaxes you a little as well. And now on the other side, you're like, okay, I'm feeling good now, confidence. I know I can make plays up here. Now it's a matter of getting that first hit out of the way too.
Blackmon, a strikeout victim in his first at-bat. Charlie at the moment at 304. Got off to a 400 start pretty near in the month of April. He has returned to earth and still having a solid season. 1 ball, 1 strike. Of course, the Rockies are without their third baseman, Arenado, who may be the best third baseman in the National League these days. And Carlos Gonzalez. Both of them have finger issues. A long run for Van Slyke. Got a great jump on it.
You are so right, Charlie, because it's not speed. Underway, first step, it's the right direction and the right time. But once he unfolds these long legs, that's when he starts to cover some distance with that stride.
2 out.
And Oral, you know it. Every pitcher appreciates when you know that ball was hit well and you see it going in the gap and you see your outfielder get right underneath it.
8th year out. He's got a back that's sparking at him. And here's Brandon Barnes. Orange County fouls it off to the right, and it's 0-1. Hard to catch a foul ball with an umbrella in your hand.
The feeling where Clayton Kershaw, when he left that ball up to Charlie and he saw him put a good swing on it, was, oh no, and then when Scott was under, oh yes.
2 out. Barnes a strikeout victim in his first at bat, and it's 0-2. Alana Rizzo watching Scott Van Slyke in action today.
Well, you were just saying that Andre Ethier had a back that's given him some problems. Scott Van Slyke with the same issue as far as the back is concerned, was had his back wrapped in ice early this morning when he was eating breakfast. He just made that nice play there in the outfield, but he said the beds here at the hotel we're staying at so soft it's really been bothering his back, so he's been trying to ice it and get it ready with a nice jump there on that play, and it doesn't look to be like it's affecting him in the outfield, guys. At least he's not letting it look like it does.
And a terrific play running down the batted ball from Charlie Blackmon. 0-2 to Brandon Barnes. Tripled in the game winner in the 10th yesterday. Well, if you're going to have a wild pitch, might as well be like that. No cheapie.
Looks like he just lost the grip on this one. It slipped out a little bit early. Even Drew Butera behind the plate wasn't ready for that.
1-2. Two and 2.
Breaking the ball in the dirt doesn't bother me at all. especially here in this altitude and how dry it's been. You're just trying to make sure he didn't hang it and get it down. Rather have it too low than too high. Too high could be a home run. Too low, it's just a ball, you get to throw it again.
And 2 lows on deck. And a ground ball to short. Hanley Ramirez throws out Barnes, and that ends the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We go to the 4th. Dodgers 2-0. Three, no runs and 2 hits, 6 strikeouts. As the Dodgers will be setting up Matt Kemp, Scott Van Slyke, and Jamie Romack. A steady drizzle had gone on and off between mist and drizzle. Either way, it's been miserable all day. But not for Kemp, who tripled in 2 runs in his first at-bat. Second triple in about 24 hours, second of the season. His 2 RBIs has given him 18 on the year. The last 2-3 days, he's hitting the ball much more solidly now.
I've really liked the way he's been swinging the bat, and like I said, when Matt Kemp recognizes his strength is right center, and sometimes when you're trying to find it, you really try to force that strength, and he's really tried to stay inside it. But now he's just letting it fly, going, okay, I know I can stay inside it, but I'm also able to turn on it, and just trusting my hands and throwing the barrel out the ball.
4 for 8 this weekend in Denver with a couple of triples. High and outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
He looks like he's a little taller at the plate for me, to give himself some more room on that inside pitch too, not as crouched with his upper body. Seemed like to me he was starting to tie himself up a little bit when he was kind of grinding down in there like that, but right before he gets ready, seems like he gets a little taller now.
And there are times if you are hunched over, you're like really trying to focus, or you're kind of tense, and you're trying to look, like I said, he would look like he was really forcing it to go to stay inside and do that. All of a sudden you relax, okay, you get a little bit more upright. And now that's what I'm saying, he looks like he is trusting his hands and trusting his ability to get the barrel to the ball.
It sounds like part of the conversation you had with Troy Tulowitzki the other day.
Yeah, how he all of a sudden, instead of really trying to force it and you got to get attack and aggressive, he just says, listen, if I relax more and slow down, let the game come to me, I have a tendency to square the ball up more. And I don't get into those prolonged slumps.
Here's 2-1. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And it certainly has paid off for Tulowitzki, who's having a career year and leading the majors with a .360 batting average. And Kemp 4 for his last 8. Tulowitzki will lead off in the bottom of the 4th. Dodgers 2-0 on the Kemp 2-run triple in his first at bat. In the hole and into left field for a base hit, so Kemp is 2 for 2.
That was a perfect example of what we were just talking about. That's the ball comes in, and watch. He doesn't try to force it. He doesn't really keep his hands in his body to try to stay inside that. He's like, listen, I can just throw my hand, the barrel at that ball, and be able to turn on it. He did that with his triple and his last at bat, and the triple the night before, yesterday, and then here again on that base hit.
And he appears to be running more confidently as well, and that's not to be understated, having come off that serious ankle injury, surgery. It took him seemingly forever through spring to start playing in games. Lots of backfield work and exercise. Kemp has 5 stolen bases on the year, and that's a strike to Van Slyke, who struck out swinging in his first at-bat. Dodgers certainly need for Kemp to come alive, and Van Slyke starting in center today. Ethier's got a sore back. Milano was saying that Van Slyke's back is barking at him a bit too, and Puig and Gordon are sidelined with hip injuries. 1 and 2. Rutledge takes it himself, 2 out and nobody on. So De La Rosa couldn't get out of his own way in the first inning, 35 pitches. But since then, he has kept the Dodgers quiet. Practically half his pitches came in the first inning alone. Here's Romack, struck out in his first at-bat.
Well, I can't really get on the Dodgers and say, well, he was struggling in the first inning, couldn't find the strike zone, and now you're helping him out. Well, they're not. Actually, De La Rosa just settled down and started throwing strikes. So Dodgers have to go up there swinging at him.
He was clearly out of sync in the first inning, and the Dodgers took advantage of it.
Sometimes when you're going up against the 2-time Cy Young Award winner, ace, guy who won the Triple Crown in pitching, you can feel a little anxiety as the opposing pitcher, like, I got to go out there and be perfect. And it almost looks like now the thing that he's worried about has happened. I've given up 2 runs. I'm down to Kershaw. He has relaxed, and now he's more of himself.
Here's Tulowitzki. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left. Kershaw to face Tulowitzki as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Neptulo, Rosario, and Stubbs. We go to the bottom half of the 4th, and come on out to Dodger Stadium a week from Tuesday when the Dodgers host Troy Tulowitzki and the Colorado Rockies at 7:10. First 40,000 fans in attendance will take home an autographed baseball in a tin presented by MasterCard. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Well, here's Tulowitzki. Took a called third strike in his first at-bat and saw his average plummet to .358. Second leading hitter in the National League, Yasiel Puig, sidelined with a hip injury. Tulowitzki in his great career. This is his 8th season. He's 29. He was a Long Beach State dirtbag, and there's a fly ball to left field. It is on its way, and it is gone. A home run. His 17th home run of the season. It's a 2-1 game. With that home run, Tulowitzki has Giancarlo Stanton for the National League lead. He's got 17.
Well, we were talking about how he's leading in runs scored, and I said, well, he's able to knock himself in, and he gets a fastball up. And we talked about, too, in his at-bat before, attacking that first pitch, not trying to get behind on Clayton Kershaw. He gets a ball he can handle, and he drives it over the left field wall.
17 home runs, 42 runs batted in, a 2-1 game, and Clayton Kershaw would live happily ever after if he didn't have to pitch here. Rosario, 0-2. Kershaw at Coors Field, 5-3 and an ERA of 5.25. Oh, that reflects something you were talking about in the open. Rosario goes down on strike. 7th strikeout of the game for Kershaw. First out of the 4th. One of his primary weapons, the curveball, is taken away from him here at the altitude.
He throws the curveball about 11-12% of the time. It's his put-away pitch, and he's only thrown it about 4 times today, so that's close to what he's thrown it normally. His pitch count is in such good order today, and what I loved about that, last bat, he gives up the home run. He poured right back in there to the strike zone. We see so many pitchers all of a sudden start to try and avoid the barrel of the bat, and nibble. You know, I was just about to bring that up. You know what that does to the offense as well? If I'm the opponent, I'm like, okay, we got him on the ropes, and then you do that, you're going, oh, maybe not. He just missed one. We were able to take advantage of it, but he seems to be right back where he left off. And he's using his curveball. He's keeping it down. He's not spinning it and leaving it up.
Just the 4th home run he's given up all year, Kershaw. Well, he gives it up to the National League's leading home run hitter.
Listen, and it was, you talk to any pitcher, or we'll say this, it's a solo shot at least. If I'm giving one up, it better be a solo shot. That's because I was attacking the guy rather than trying to be too fine.
Tulowitzki with the leadoff home run in the bottom of the 4th. Of the 50 pitches that Kershaw has thrown, 36 have been for strikes. Struck out 7, hasn't walked anybody.
First pitch fastball home runs don't really burn you mentally as a pitcher. Where you get burnt and you think you're not on your game. 0-1 home run, 1-2 home run, 0-2 home run. Just those counts where you feel like either I'm getting behind, it's 2-1, 3-1, and now I'm giving them up, so I've got to get ahead of guys in attack. Or when I'm ahead, I'm not figuring out how to put them away and I'm making mistakes.
Well, they just put away Drew Stubbs for the 2nd time today. That's his 8th strikeout for Kershaw. 2 out, nobody on. Rutledge coming up.
Clayton's strikeout to walk ratio now leads the National League. It's close to 8-1. The thing he has really done well this year as he's increased his strikeouts and he has cut his walks way back. Really like Dan Herron has done most of his career. So when you look at a 25-year-old that's won a couple Cy Youngs and he's still improving in areas, that is amazing.
Well, his strikeout to walk ratio, including today, is nearly 9-1. Including today, he's got 63 strikeouts and 7 walks. 8 strikeouts, no walks this afternoon. Rutledge has singled to right in his first at bat. 1-1.
The Dodger notes they put out highlighted today that Clayton has had 5 9-strikeout games and 3 of them with no walks, and he's got 8 already here today.
And no walks.
And I think it's only Koufax and Drysdale that have had more 9-strikeout games and no walks, and he's creeping up on crossing those guys off the list.
For Kershaw, this is his 8th start. And a ground ball right at Figgins. So the Tulowitzki home run gets the Rockies on the board. And we will go to the 5th. Kershaw and the Dodgers lead it 2-1. Charlie Steiner, Oral Hershiser, Omar Garcia-Parra, Alana Rizzo on a rainy Sunday afternoon at Coors Field in Denver. And the Dodgers, 2 runs and 3 hits. The big hit, a triple from Matt Kemp in the first inning. Colorado, 1 run and 3 hits. A Troy Tulowitzki home run is National League leading 17th, which ties him with Giancarlo Stanton. Miguel Rojas, Drew Butera, and Kershaw to bat in the 5th. Rojas making his major league starting debut at third base today. Justin Turner with the day off, as Juan Uribe remains on the shelf and will for a while yet. They have not even circled an approximate return time for Uribe. Rojas takes a breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. "76 pitches now for De La Rosa. 35 of them came in the first inning. Walked the first 2 batters, struck out Gonzalez, and Kemp would triple home Figgins and Ramirez. After that, it's been smooth sailing. Into left field. Blackman going back. He's got some room.
Well, both times Miguel Rojas, when I watched him, he just missed it, just off the end of the bat both times. One to right field, one to left field. Other times that's just little anxiety. You're just swinging a little bit too early, but I liked both the swings he's had.
Well, nothing like getting that first big league hit out of the way. Butera struck out in his first at bat. Couple of home runs, 11 runs batted in. And it looks like Oral De La Rosa has reclaimed the off-speed stuff.
He's starting to get his cutter and his slider over early in the count. Dodgers have been hitting behind in the count, that's for sure, since he's been on a roll. The rhythm that he has found from the windup, we haven't had him in the stretch very long. He picked up a double play ball to get back into the windup after getting a runner on. He's really had some good opportunity to stay in this rhythm.
33-year-old Jorge De La Rosa came over from the Kansas City Royals back in 2008. In his career, 13 games over 500. Originally came up with the Brewers in 2004, then to the Royals, and he's been with the Rockies ever since. 70 and 57, a 4.7 ERA, but last year 3.5. And this year his ERA up to the minute is 3.71, and the rain is getting heavier again. Kershaw is going to bat next, and he has taken solace inside the dugout. 2-2. There he comes. Standing on the corner waiting for a bus in the rain.
It's just heavy enough to be an irritant. Not enough to drive you indoors.
3-2 to Butera. For De La Rosa, his 7th 3-ball count. But he hasn't walked anybody since Ramirez. In fact, walked the first 2 batters of the game, Figgins and Ramirez in the first. Now it's full to Butera. To Nowitzki. 2 out. I don't think I've ever seen Kershaw wear a long sleeve shirt under his jersey.
And you would have, if you'd back in my career, you'd never seen me with my arms exposed. I wore the sleeves all the way down past my wrist bones so that you hitters couldn't try and steal the grip that I had in my glove.
Oh my goodness.
Serious. I didn't want you to see my wrist, because that wrist bone can give away how you're holding the ball. There's some of you guys that like to look for that. Now I know you don't. Nomar didn't even want to know what was coming.
I did not know.
There's a great story between him and Sandy Alomar. Sandy goes, I don't know how to get you out. Nomar told him when he's up at the plate, Nomar said, just tell me what's coming.
Yep. And he was looked at me. He was like, what? And he told me, fastball in. I rolled over to short. I was out.
You would see the ball hit the ball.
And then the next time I came up,
he didn't tell him.
I was like looking at him like, are you going to tell me? And he's like, nope, forget that. There's a slider on the outside, and I hit a double to right center. And I stood on second. I looked at him, and he just threw his hands up and says, I'm not even going to deal with you anymore. That's just not right.
I used to do that with Tony Gwynn sometimes. We're like, we can't get him out. I just threw the ball down the middle and said, you figure out which field you're going to hit it to. Because when you pitched him away, he hit it over here in between third and short. And when you pitched him in, he rolled over it and hit it in the right field on a ground ball between first and second. I just started throwing the ball right down the middle like a BP fastball. I said, you figure it out.
Did it work?
Yeah, he started rolling over to short and to second.
Oh, okay.
He hit like 300 off me, but not a lot of damage. It's like, I don't know how to get you out. Forget it. Here, just you figure it out.
It goes back. I talked to young pitchers when I was playing, and they were asking me, those free swingers, how do you get them out? And I said, well, they're going to get hits off you. Just you get to decide how much damage.
Yep, exactly.
You guys make it sound so easy.
Oh, it's not. And if we were back playing, we'd tell you it wasn't.
Here's the 1-2 Kershaw. Fouls it off to the left and out of play.
But actually would, 2 out, nobody on, early in the game, maybe even up 2-0. I'd throw right to your strength on purpose. Strength where you could get a base hit or a double, not a home run. Because I want to save the bullets and the mystery of my out pitches for when I really need to get you out, maybe in the 6th and 7th inning, in your second or third at bat.
Isn't that amazing? That's the mind game that goes on between the pitcher and the hitter as well. It's not just a matter of just, I guess, quote, stuff, you always say. It's like, well, my best strength versus yours, the way I swing, the way you pitch. There's a mind game going on as well.
Kershaw down on strikes, the 8th for De La Rosa. After 4.5, the Dodgers 2-1 in the bottom third of the Rockies order coming up. Wheeler, LeMahieu, and De La Rosa. And the groundskeepers are going to work again.
Head to Jack in the Box and try the new Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. It's Jack's hottest sandwich yet. And by the Ram 1500, Motor Trend's 2014 Truck of the Year and first ever back-to-back champion.
The rain is intensifying. The groundskeepers have been busy. Crew Chief Dale Scott is talking with the head groundskeeper now near the first base coaching box. You're looking at Trip Gibson, the home plate umpire. And we just had a loud thunderclap and a bolt of lightning. And the game is not yet official. It's Dale Scott on the phone with the head groundskeeper. Shall we play or shall we go? The game is not yet official. Dodgers lead 2-1 after 4.5. It will become official after the Rockies complete their turn at bat in the bottom of the 5th.
Let's hurry it up.
You're on the mound, you're getting your warm-ups, and you want to hurry it up, but you don't want to hurry it up so much that you get out of your rhythm, because the game is only 2-1, and you could be trying to rush through this to get in the dugout with a lead, and all of a sudden the Rockies have a rally, and you go, what was I doing rushing?
Right.
You got to compete right here and stay with the strategy that has brought you here so far. Clayton is on his game. Do you want to throw first pitch strikes? Do you want to try and have a quick inning? Yeah, but you definitely want to do that anyway when the weather's perfect.
It is anything but perfect today. Ryan Wheeler leads off in the 5th. Struck out swinging in his first at bat. Matt Kemp's 2-run triple in the 1st. A Tulowitzki home run in the 4th. And here we are with Wheeler, who struck out in his first at bat. The wind is beginning to whip around and the rain intensifying.
The odd feeling about this playing in this rain right now for you when you're on the mound is when you look in now to get your sign, you really don't feel like you're in a big league ballpark anymore. And the big league park starts to feel really spacious because there's no fans back there behind home plate. So normally your vision feels like you're in this homey, focused area because everybody's on top of you. But now all of a sudden it's just wide open and there's hardly anybody around, and it's a different feeling completely.
On 2-1, 3 balls and a strike.
Is it like that for a hitter? Is it different intensity?
Not when it's raining like this, because you're dealing with the rain.
Yeah.
But if you just go to a ballpark and there's not that many fans, because you go to some visiting places and they just don't draw, then you feel that way.
3-2. The bullpen mound and home plate areas are covered. Mark Razum, the head groundskeeper here in Denver, is getting his crew ready to work as Wheeler fouls it off to the left. Kershaw has faced 16 batters. 13 of the 16 have faced strike 2 against him, and 8 of those 16 have been struck out.
He's done a good job getting ahead of hitters. We saw him really attack when he struck out the side in the first inning. 13 pitches that inning and 9 strikes. And then when he has fallen behind, he's done a great job battling back into the counts and getting the hitters to 2 strikes.
On 3-2, Wheeler continues the battle.
This kind of battle is the only thing that has really elevated Clayton's pitch count today, only at 64.
Oh, here's something, fellas, you'll be happy to hear. In Cincinnati, there's a 30% chance of rain tomorrow, 80% on Tuesday, 60% on Wednesday, and 20%. And there's a fly ball to center field. Fighting the elements all the way was Van Slyke, and that's the first out of the 5th. I hope you brought your galoshes.
I did not.
Van Slyke on this one, like you said, fighting the elements. He started to come in on that, and he realized that ball was carrying, and then he kind of rerouted himself, but still underneath it and makes a fine catch.
That ball was an out because of positioning. That was some good scouting on where that ball was going to be hit.
LeMahieu is the hitter, and Van Slyke stationed way over in right center field. LeMahieu, a strikeout victim in his first at bat. Trying to wipe away the rain from the bill of his cap. Rojas, a fair ball. High throw. Gonzalez takes it down. 2 out.
Rojas recognizing that he was going to have to rush because that ball wasn't hit very hard to him, and he was right behind third base, and he fires it over there. That's a fine play by Gonzalez, being able to get high up there and coming down with it. Here we have a look again. Rojas in the Carl's cam, getting it behind third base, firing it over. And like I said, Gonzalez picking him up, reaching high and coming down on first base.
Rojas breathing a sigh of relief. There's 2 out. Now De La Rosa takes outside and low, 1 ball and no strikes.
Can't be a real comfortable feeling as a first baseman to know that the throw is taking you right into the runner and you have to jump for it.
No, it's not. That's why you often get your feet set in front of the bag to anticipate those types of throws. You know, as we look here, Adrian Gonzalez's feet right there. Oh, it comes down on it, and you know that the runner's bearing down, running hard, and through first base.
And not a whole lot of good can come out of it. 3 balls and no strikes to De La Rosa. 1 out away from this game becoming official. 3-1. De La Rosa bounced to third in his first at bat. He's 2 for 20 on the year and 125 in his career. 3-2.
Yeah, the one thing we talk about with fielders is you don't take your at-bats into the field, and we don't talk about it much with a first baseman, but Adrian Gonzalez has not taken his slump into the field. He's been outstanding with the glove. We saw him throw the ball great this series. Great play this last batter.
De La Rosa is done. That's the 9th strikeout of the game for Clayton Kershaw. And the groundskeepers are going to work yet again. It's an official game now. Dodgers 2-1. The groundskeeper here in Denver, and his troops have been working feverishly from before the game and during the game, and now as we head to the sixth, they're still working, trying to keep the field as playable as possible. The outfield can only do so much. And De La Rosa, after a shaky first inning, has settled down. He has struck out 8, he has walked 2, and the Dodgers lead it 2-1. It'll be the top of the order for the Dodgers in the sixth. Figgins, Ramirez, and Adrian Gonzalez. So Kershaw with at least 9 strikeouts 7 times this year. His career high, by the way, Kershaw is going to go inside to dry out and warm up. Career high 13 strikeouts in 2009. That came against the Giants. De La Rosa, who has struck out 8 through 5. His career high is 12 strikeouts. Also in 2009, and that was against the Marlins. Figgins starting at second base today. Walked and singled. And takes a strike. It's 0-1. Well, neither of the pitchers seem to be handicapped by the weather.
Well, they've been doing a very nice job, and of course we're at 100% humidity, so a little easier to make the ball break today and change directions. I'd like to get the Dodger offense would sure like to get back on the board, get the big fella some insurance.
Two runs and 3 hits for the Dodgers. Tulowitzki's home run in the 4th has made it a 2-1 game. 1-2.
Nomar, how does that pause by De La Rosa affect you as a hitter with that extra little leg kick he does at the top?
You know, for me, it really didn't bother you as much. It's because you're still kind of focused in the general area where he's releasing the ball as compared to just that pause. You're like, he does it consistently, so you're used to it.
But did you use the timing of when the pitcher separated his hands, or when he was at the top of his leg kick to start your timing and your load?
No, it wasn't. There was a rhythm that I saw as the pitcher was coming that and I had a small load, so I could do it later. So the load wasn't, as we're watching him here, it's not my load. Now I'm starting to load up, and now I'm going.
Drilled. Oh, what a play at third base by DJ LeMahieu. One of the things we were talking about Figgins, I think, only yesterday. How much more solidly he has been hitting the ball over the past couple of weeks.
Yep, and you know, he did everything right there, squared it up, and unfortunately, which this is a humbling game, you can do everything right and still make an out. That was a rocket.
If I was on the mound right there, I'd say, take a seat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'd made my pitch. Whoa, I got you. Yeah, of course you would.
LeMahieu using every one of his 6 feet and 4 inches to make that play. Hanley Ramirez has walked, scored a run, and has been struck out. Ramirez 9 home runs, 35 runs batted in. Now it's merely a mist. But as we look at the overcast overhead, coming from left field toward right, it's not getting any lighter. Are you guys able to divorce yourselves from the elements when you're playing?
No.
No, it changes your strategy. It changes for me on the mound. You know, making sure you guard your hands so that the raindrops don't hit you as you're about to pitch and the ball slips out of your hand.
Oh, that one is well hit. On its way, and it is long gone. What a shot for Hanley Ramirez. It's just a matter of how far from home it finally landed. 400 or maybe 500 feet. What a shot. Hanley Ramirez. Oh.
Well, Hanley Ramirez clears the stands over there in left field when he just gets all of that in. There is no better feeling for a hitter than to square it up like that and knowing that it is going a long, long way.
They're up shaking his hands in the bench, but that's one of those that's so far that you might give somebody the silent treatment when they get back there. That was unbelievable how far that ball went.
You're trying to be, if you want to be silent to him, but it was just so loud coming off his bat. My goodness.
Kind of like thunder.
Well, it didn't seem, you know, that pause we were talking about by De La Rosa, it didn't seem to bother Hanley right there. Just throwing that out there.
Turner was standing in front of him, and I know he said this. Did you get all of it? And Hanley looked up with a wry smile like, yeah, I got all of it. And then they were all looking out there where it landed.
I hope they come up with what passes for the official distance on that one.
We can guesstimate ours. 5'10". I mean, my goodness, that was just
oof. Where it landed or where it would have landed if the stands
I'm saying
weren't
where
there.
it would have landed.
Oh, wow. It burned on re-entry. 3 balls and a strike to Adrian Gonzalez. Ramirez's 10th home run of the year, now 36 runs batted in. Gonzalez on 3-1, outside ball 4. So Adrian takes a walk, and the way things are going these days, nearly a victory trot. Oh. Matt Kemp has had a good day today. He's 2 for 2 in the first inning after Figgins and Ramirez walked. Kemp tripled. And then in the 4th inning, he singled to left. Matt Kemp is 5 for 9 in the series. And the Dodgers lead 3-1. That's the 3rd walk given up by De La Rosa, his first since the first. Kemp takes outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
We were kidding a little bit about hitting yesterday, Charlie, and you said your first bat was a Mickey Mantle.
Yes, sir.
And wasn't it the great Mel Allen in 1953 that coined the tape measure shot?
Well, Mel had the great home run call. Going, going, gone. And I don't know if he was the one who came up with the tape measure shot line or not. But in those 50s Yankees, he called a lot of home runs.
He sure did.
So Kemp, 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, that was a tape measure shot by Hanley. That was a laser finder in today's generation. You use a laser finder like in golf.
That wasn't tape measure. That was telescopic.
Yeah. Boy.
I remember Matt Holliday hit one at Dodger Stadium years ago. And Joe Beimel was warming up in the Dodger bullpen. Never forget this. He's warming up in the bullpen, back into the bullpen down the left field line. And he's pitching out of the stretch. He hears the crack of the bat, and he sees the ball go over his head like it was an airplane.
Yeah.
Kemp on 3-0. Takes a strike, 3-1.
The interesting thing, we're talking about how far that one went. Well, they have this Toyota truck over there in left field, and they have 485 to that one, which was above where that ball landed. So, I mean, I kind of question that distance there, but we see that. That landed over into the concourse right there, Hanley's ball.
The Rockies estimate 461 feet. So who are we to debate? But okay, it went a long way. And listen to the crack of the bat of this 461-foot home run.
Pitchers don't like that sound, Dior.
No. But when it's for the guys on your team, it's pretty good.
Okay. You like it when you're in the dugout, right?
Walt Weiss is coming out. He's going to make a pitching change. Dodger runners are coming out, at least off the field for the moment. Try and dry out a little bit. And De La Rosa's day is done. The groundskeeper's work has just begun. I'm sorry, for the Rockies. Belial faced the Dodgers on Friday night and retired the side unscathed. Now Van Slyke, no balls and a strike. Figgins, maybe as a sign of things to come, began the inning with a rope of a line drive that was caught by a leaping DJ LeMahieu, the third baseman. And Ramirez hit one long gone. And back-to-back walks for Gonzalez and Kemp. Here's Belial facing Van Slyke, who fouls it off, and it's 0-2. So De La Rosa goes 5 1/3. Three runs and 4 base hits. Two runners aboard are his responsibility. A call strike 3. Van Slyke is down. And that's the second out of the 6th.
I can understand why Van Slyke was upset on that one, because we can see that that was off the plate. Belial gets the call.
2 out, and Romack still looking for his first big league hit. This is his first start, starting in right field today. You see the rain is intensifying yet again. Oh, it's just a lovely day. 1 ball, no strikes. It is now an official game, by the way. And that one is drilled to left center field. That is well struck. Jamie Romack, his first big league hit, has driven in 2 runs. He's standing at second base with a double. Bring that ball in. The Dodgers lead 5-1. Ryan Wheeler understanding the meaning of the moment. Lorenzo Bundy grabs it, and he will take it into the Dodger dugout, give it to the ball boy. And Jamie Romack, congratulations.
Oh, that ball on the inner half, and he drives that. I mean, that's just short of the wall. Hits the bottom of the wall in left center. And that's what gets you going. Okay, you got it. Finally, there's your hit, your RBI. And saw him clap his hands in excitement over there at second base.
As well he should. And Miguel Rojas with a base hit into center field. Here comes Romack, and he will score. So Romack with his first big league hit. Doubles in 2. Rojas with his first big league base hit drives in Romack, and the Dodgers lead 6-1. And another souvenir going into the Dodger dugout.
Can I just say something right now that we need this game to at least go into the next half inning, so it could be
exactly
before they call it, because 2 tremendous hits right there. That's so great to see these guys get their first major league hit, RBI, something in common. They both can say, hey, both our first hits were off Matt Belial. And
in successive at bats.
Exactly. Tremendous job.
And Drew Gutierrez the batter. And a 1-hopper to Tulowitzki made that one look easy, didn't it? But a big inning for the Dodgers. Hanley Ramirez, 461 feet. His 10th home run of the year. Then a couple of walks to Gonzalez and Kemp. A double for Romack. A single for Rojas. The Dodgers lead it 6-1 after 5.5. Home run hit the clouds and opened them up. We're in a rain delay. In the 6th inning, Hanley Ramirez with a 461-foot home run. And Romack and Rojas back-to-back hits, each their first in the big leagues. And we are in a rain delay. It is about 20 minutes after 4 here in Denver. And we're going to wait a while. So it was a quite an inning for the Dodgers. The Ramirez home run. And at the moment, the Dodgers lead at 6-1. Kershaw can win this thing. De La Rosa is on the losing side of the ledger. So obviously we are now in rain delay mode. We'll be back as soon as we know something more. But for now, the field is covered. The rain is heavy. And we're going to send you back to Backstage Dodgers back in LA, where it's warmer and drier. 5.5 innings of play. For the Dodgers, 6 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Colorado, 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. Clayton Kershaw improves his record to 5-2, gave up 1 run and 3 hits in 5 innings, struck out 9, didn't walk anybody. Jorge De La Rosa takes a loss. His record drops to 6-5. On a day in which Matt Kemp went 2 for 2, a walk, 2 runs knocked in, Hanley Ramirez hit a 461-foot home run, and rookies Jamie Romack and Miguel Rojas became the first Dodgers in history to have their first major league hits and RBIs in consecutive at-bats. So a good day for the Dodgers, rain shortened as it may be. Next stop for the Dodgers, Cincinnati. We will see you again from there tomorrow. Now we send it to Access Sportsnet Dodgers.